In part one of this series, we told you about the Center for Voter Information and the Blue Wave postcard movement that had sent unsolicited mail to a deceased voter in Wisconsin. The Blue Wave Postcard Movement is a not-for-profit organization registered in Boulder, Colorado, and founded by Ning Mosberger Tang. What we didn't tell you is that before the Blue Wave Postcard Movement, Tang was able to secure PPE for hospitals in the U.S. and imported them from China using her powerful connections, and ultimately became a reluctant expert on the importing of personal protective equipment from China. This was before she began sending data harvesting postcards to deceased voters in Wisconsin, sold through her organization's website in lots of 2,000, with names and address labels included, along with very clear messaging that states the Democratic Governor Tony Evers has been able to prevent the Republican-led legislature from enacting much of their radical agenda. And goes on to pit Democrat Mandela Barnes against Trump-backed MAGA Senator Ron Johnson. At least one of these postcards was addressed and labeled again, a third time, to our deceased Wisconsin voter on September 6th of 2022. This time from Carroll Stream, Illinois. The digital data marked on this postcard has replaced the MyVote system with a new website called wisconsinvotemail.us, a domain registered to Ning Mosberger Tang and the Blue Wave Postcard Movement, which delivers users to a strange doorway portal page to MyVote, and paid for by an organization called Tech Campaigns, and allegedly not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. These friendly people will help you request your absentee by mail ballot so that you can vote. Check that your local elections office received your request. Check that your local elections office has sent your absentee ballot by mail, and answer questions about how to complete the ballot, even going so far as to check that your local elections office has received your ballot after you've sent it in. Let's be fair, that's a heck of a service, especially if you're an indefinitely confined deceased voter. Thanks a lot, Lynn. Your postcard makes this the fifth piece of unsolicited mail to our deceased Wisconsin voter, encouraging them to register their absentee ballot at MyVote. As we told you in part one, the family members were able to confirm that the lost loved one was still active and registered within the MyVote system, and still today, at the time of the publishing of this video, is currently active and registered in the system, with their absentee ballot available to be sent anywhere in the world. And we feel just one deceased Wisconsin voter is one too many. Wouldn't you agree? It is a fact that this deceased voter's address and name was included in a label that was sold by the Blue Wave Postcard Movement. Upon a closer look at the actual product shot of the box of postcards, we were able to see the names and addresses of various Wisconsinites, which we intentionally have blurred. Cross-referencing these names revealed a visible list that contained names that matched at least 5 recent Wisconsin obituaries. We know that our particular Wisconsin individual died due to COVID complications 2 years ago, which now furthers the questions: how and where did Blue Wave get the names and information? How many other deceased voters received unsolicited absentee ballot request postcards from Blue Wave? How many of those solicitations resulted in a deceased voter obtaining their absentee ballots? And how many of those absentee ballots were actually cast? Maybe she got the lists during her good humanitarian efforts of bringing PPE into hospitals nationwide, or perhaps they came from her social circle of influences and friends in high places. Friends like Dr. Lisa Minsky-Primus, who happens to sit on the board for the League of Conservation Voters, right beside Ning Mosberger Tang, an organization that are known donors to the Center for Voter Information, who Lisa Minsky-Primus happens to be also a board member of. And as we told you in Part 1, CVI is the same organization that sent an unsolicited, pre-filled absentee ballot application to our deceased Wisconsin voter, which in a recent complaint filed with the Wisconsin Election Commission claims these absentee ballot request forms not only are fraudulent and counterfeit, but illegal and are in violation of several Wisconsin state statutes. Remarkably, on the same day this letter was dated, the Wisconsin Elections Commission's website advertised third-party absentee ballot request forms that were being sent by the Center of Voter Information and informed clerks the absentee ballot request form should be treated as any other absentee ballot request form they may receive by mail. They even posted file downloads to all three of CVI's sample application request forms, CWI, DWI, and RWI, apparently some sort of a hidden code for a trained eye. Let's put that into perspective. This is a marked deck of cards available at almost any magic shop. When introduced to a would-be spectator, they fly completely under the radar. Yet to a trained eye, anyone can see this is the ace of spades. Here's the four of diamonds, and now your eye is trained, and I don't even have to say what the last card is. Nevertheless, the Center for Voter Information will say one thing to you if you are an RWI or a Republican Wisconsin voter, pointing out that 62% of voters in Wisconsin cast their ballots before Election Day in the 2020 election. But to the DWIs, or Democratic Wisconsin voters, they go on to say if your vote didn't matter, they wouldn't be trying to take it away and make voting more difficult. Going on to say in 2020, voters braved COVID, voting suppression tactics, and intimidation at the ballot box, and raising the percentage to 73% of the voters cast their ballots before Election Day in 2020. We're absolutely appalled that the Center for Voter Information was allowed to send over 600,000 of these specially marked absentee ballot request forms to Wisconsinites, marking these absentee ballot request forms just like a magician marks a deck of cards, allowing anyone with a trained eye to quickly identify whether the absentee ballot request is that of a Republican, Democrat, or Constitutionalist. However, if a casino were caught playing with a marked deck, that casino would cease to exist. And for the Wisconsin Elections Commission to say that these absentee ballot request forms should be treated as any other absentee ballot request form you may receive is pure insanity. Either they said this knowingly or they said it ignorantly. Either way, it was negligent, and they failed to take proper care of the Wisconsin election system, allowing or approving or suggesting to any clerk that these applications are fair. WEC states in this update CVI had told them they're sending this mailing to roughly 667,000 people. Maybe it was CVI's board member Lisa Minsky-Primus who informed WEC of these mailings, who as an individual donated over $400,000 to the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, Tony Evers and Josh Kaul, the same Attorney General that filed charges against Harry Waite, who admitted openly to requesting absentee ballots through a My Vote vulnerability, which Wisconsin Elections Commissioner Ann Jacobs said he did so intentionally under the guise of some sort of a weird attack on our absentee voting system, which, if you don't break the law, works very well. But that statement doesn't reflect those that may have broken election laws and never got caught for it. Yet Harry Waite has been honest, open, and transparent about everything and exactly what he did long before he actually received ballots. Despite the fact that the factual basis of Harry's complaint begins on Thursday, July 28, 2022, when the Wisconsin Elections Commission, WEC, notified DCI that a Freedom Fighters of Wisconsin Facebook post contained a message of a claim of someone requesting absentee ballots in other people's names. And as you will see, the factual basis listed in Harry's complaint began long before that. It started on the night of July 26th at 6:49 p.m. Harry requested Individual 1's ballot. Then 9 minutes later, Individual 2 at 6:58 p.m. These are the only two individuals that didn't have knowledge of this. 18 minutes later, at 7:16 p.m., Harry orders Individual 3. 7 minutes later, Individual 4. 7 minutes after that, Individual 5. 6 minutes later, Individual 6. Then 122 minutes later, after waiting on Individual 7's permission. And by 8:58 p.m. that evening, he had requested the final ballot. He then stops and orders no more. 373 minutes later, roughly 6 hours on July 27th at 3:13 a.m., Harry blows the whistle and sends an email to Individuals 1 and 2, the local Racine County Sheriff and the District Attorney, less than 6 hours after completing his sting. The real stopwatch had only just begun. 3 hours and 47 minutes after Harry's email, at 7 a.m. on the morning of the 27th, Mayor Corey Mason put out a Facebook post on Wisdom Wednesday regarding absentee voting. 11:15 a.m. 8 hours after Harry sent the email, he's contacted by Sheriff Schmalling of Racine County Sheriff Department. Roughly 45 minutes after that, he's contacted by Sergeant Llewell, also of the Racine County Sheriff's Office. Then, 10.5 hours later, the press makes their first contact at 1:27 p.m. Remarkably, 11 hours after Harry had sent his email, the ballot of Individual 2 was postmarked at 2 p.m. It was on its way. Then, 11 hours and 38 minutes after Harry's email, the Sheriff's Office of Racine announced a formal media release stating that not one but two complainants had tested the vulnerability of the MyVote system, and went on to say, based on this serious threat to our voter integrity, the Sheriff's Office has contacted the Wisconsin Attorney General and the Wisconsin Elections Commission. Yet the factual basis of Harry's complaint seems to say that July 27th at 5:38 p.m., Harry Waite posted a message forwarded by Individual 8 containing an apparent post from the Racine County Sheriff's Office, and goes on to say the RCSO had been contacted related to complaints reporting apparent vulnerabilities, end quote. This was not an apparent post, and this was not an apparent vulnerability. At this point, the Sheriff's Office had already contacted WEC and the Attorney General's Office. A little over an hour later, the story broke in Wisconsin News and Wisconsin Right Now. The press coverage had begun at 3:46 p.m., covering the Racine County Sheriff's Office and not naming any names, only referring to, just as what the sheriff had done, Complainant 1 and Complainant 2. Now, at 5:38 p.m., 14 hours and 25 minutes after Harry's email, Adrian Melby forwarded the Racine County Sheriff's Office post to Hot Government Telegram channel. We would learn later that Adrian Melby was complainant number 1. But at this point in time, the complainants were anonymous, which is strange considering that 14 hours and 32 minutes after the email, WISN contacts Harry directly at 5:45 p.m., followed by the Gateway Pundit publishing Harry's email that was sent earlier that morning to a handful of individuals at 7:15 p.m. However, the Gateway Pundit story signs the email Harry W. At this point, Harry goes public and posts his own email at 7:26 p.m. to Hot Government. And it's not until after that, at 7:29 p.m., 16 hours and 16 minutes after the email, that the Freedom Fighters of Central Wisconsin post the email to Facebook. Understanding that now, rereading the beginning of the factual basis, on Thursday, July 28, 2022, the Wisconsin Election Commissions notified DCI that this Facebook post had been posted, which is what started the factual basis in Harry's complaint. We also know that both the Attorney General's Office and WEC had been contacted by law enforcement. Meanwhile, WEC commissioners and staffers were conducting interviews by phone and email, with press spinning their own narrative to the Racine Journal-Times. In that article at 9:15, Vetterkind is very clear in saying, quote, "There is no indication of any vulnerability with the MyVote application." He goes on to say the idea that absentee ballot requests made online via MyVote are more susceptible to fraud is false. That is an accurate statement when you consider the Center for Voter Information's applications and blue wave postcards that encourage deceased voters to vote and even offer to help them do it. The man who wrote the article, Adam Rogan, mentions also, if someone were to request another person's absentee ballot and then vote in their name, the fraudster could be found out if the individual whose ballot was illegally requested tried to vote or even looked up whether they requested a ballot via MyVote Wisconsin. The thought is they would get caught. He goes on to say, to ensure that they would get away with it, the person who surreptitiously requested someone else's ballot would need to know that the individual whose ballot they were stealing had no plans to vote, but still is a registered voter with their voter ID on file. And unless a zombie apocalypse happens, there are not going to be any dead voters that show up at the polls to be told you already voted. My suspicion is that if we looked through the Racine Journal-Times recent obituaries, we'd find several people registered and active within the MyVote system. The following day, on July 28th, 1 day, 3 hours, and 2 minutes after Harry's email, on or around 6:15, we have reason to believe Administrator Megan Wolf began organizing a special meeting that would assemble the commissioners at 8 p.m. that evening. At 7:25 a.m. that morning, Hot Government would release on the Rumble channel the actual video of Harry requesting the ballots. At 7:36 a.m., Commissioner Ann Jacobs would reply in a tweet to a user who pointed out the Racine County Sheriff's post to her, simply linked the user to the Journal-Times article from the night before. Then at 8:23 a.m., the morning of July 28th, 1 day, 5 hours, and 10 minutes after Harry blew the whistle, the complaint states, voter individual 1's absentee ballot had been requested again, this time by a Macintosh computer. Harry does not own a Macintosh. Harry did not request this ballot. Someone requested this at 8:23 a.m. on July 28th. This individual's ballot was requested to be sent to the Czech Republic, to an address of an office building that houses a company called Vendavo, which has had a more than 8-year relationship with Wisconsin-based Diane Hendricks' company, ABC Supply, who happens to be the largest individual donor to the Republican Party of Wisconsin. I would challenge anyone to find a deeper connection to Harry Waite and that address than the individual himself. Moments later, at 8:38 a.m. that morning, Commissioner Jacobs tweets again saying, quote, "I broke the law to prove I could break the law," end quote. By 1:36 p.m. that afternoon, WEC had released its statement that there was no indication of MyVote vulnerability, regurgitating just about everything in the Journal-Times interview from the night before. Shortly after that, WISN posted a developing story about the Wisconsin Elections Commission holding its special meeting that night at 8 p.m. regarding alleged unlawful absentee ballot requests and mitigation strategies. Remarkably, just 4 minutes before, WISN would connect with Harry at the Racine County Fair and interview him on camera, which became breaking news at 5 p.m. on July 28th, 1 day, 13 hours, and 47 minutes after Harry had blown the whistle. Moments later, at 5:09 p.m., Corey Mason, mayor of Racine, would make his public statement, which seemed to coordinate with Voss releasing a statement at 5:21 p.m., with one reporter tweeting, "Right on cue." And by 8 p.m. that evening, the Wisconsin Elections Commission would meet in their special meeting, regurgitating the spin that had been created. Alleging that had Waite actually tried to vote on behalf of Voss or Mason, it's unlikely that he wouldn't have been caught. That's because whenever Voss or Mason did try to vote, the WEC system would have been flagged that they already cast ballots even though they hadn't. Listen closely to what Commissioner Mark Thompson says during that meeting.
I thought we were here to protect Speaker Voss and stop fraud in the state.
Which is it, Commissioner? Are you there to protect Speaker Voss or stop fraud in the state? Because it appears you can't have it both ways. This has been the end of this special report. We will continue to keep this up to date. Stay tuned as this story develops.
We got one person on right now. Let's see. Alan's online. How's it going, Alan? Sharing it?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to get going here. We're on the road, back at it again today. Freedom fighters and fellow patriots, Wisconsinites. We're on our way to Racine to support Harry Waite. Today's his big hearing, and it's at 2 o'clock or 2:30 today. So we want everybody to be there at 1:30. We're calling for as many people to be there as possible today. It's a preliminary hearing. It's a big court date. We need as much support as we can for Harry Waite today. He's facing 13 years in prison, fulfilling his duty to his country. It's a beautiful day, sun shining. We've been on the road since 6 o'clock this morning. But yeah, we're gonna go and support Harry at the Racine County Courthouse today at 2:30. I did hear that there is a lawyer that has agreed to fight for Harry, and I will let him tell the rest of the news when we get there today. When we go live, we will be going live for that event on the Ripon Rabbit Hole and the Keeper of the Flame podcast out in California. We'll both be live also viewing that. Do I need to turn over here? No. Okay. So we'll be live on Facebook, and then we'll have at the Ripon Rabbit Hole, Keeper of the Flame, all live for as much as we can for Harry's court date. It's preliminary today at 2:30, Racine County Courthouse. We're going to ask as many people as possible. 200-300 people would be great. Show up in the masses. But right now we're going to go have a little bit of fun. And that will be released later on today. We can't necessarily say what we're going to do before Harry's court date, but we got something big we're going to do right now. And meeting with the team down there in Racine, and this is for the people. We got something big what we've been working on for a few weeks, putting together, and if it turns out the way we think it's going to turn out, it'll be the first time done in America. So we're going to go have a little bit of fun today down in Racine. Almost missed my turn. This turn right here?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to have a little bit of fun down in Racine. We'll eat some breakfast, gear up, and then go have a little bit of fun before we go have some more fun with Harry Waite at his court date. So stay tuned. Hopefully we will be successful in our first effort here this morning. If we are successful, it will be the first time in America that it's been done. right here in Wisconsin by We the People, for election integrity. So stay tuned. Today's going to be a very exciting day. We got this effort we're going to launch right now. It's a team of at least 6 people. Then we will be going right over to the Racine County Courthouse at 1:30 for Harry Waite's court hearing, preliminary. There's some big time news that we will be sharing before that court date. And then of course, later on tonight, we have the Freedom Flame Friday show. And that show is Devolution. So today's a big day. Stay tuned. We'll be sharing everything all day long. Please like, share these videos as far as you can when they come through today. We need as many of you guys there in Racine as possible. Please come. Bring a friend. Tell your friend. Get people there. We need people there in numbers. We have to show these people that we mean business. So stay tuned. Everybody have a good day. It's a nice day out. And keep the fight for freedom alive. Stay tuned, Wisconsinites. We love you. Bye.
Wow, what a day, guys. What a day. Okay. Let me pull it up. Just got the link. So let me pull it up real quick. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. If you're in California, good morning. If you're in Wisconsin, good afternoon. Woo! What a day. That was some interesting stuff. Okay, let me get you your link. 1 second. Oh, boy. Yes, here it is. Share. Oh, boy, it does this to me all the time. Oh, that'll work. Okay, here we go. Bring me my cursor. Woo! All right. Oh, this is so exciting, guys. I'm really excited. Okay, here we go. Nope, not this one. I just showed you that one. Okay. Maybe that was a false alarm. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see. No. All right. You know what? I'm going to give you guys some music because this is... There we go. How you doing? We're going to be in Racine, Wisconsin today with Harry Waite. It is 11:11 here in Humboldt County, California at the PowerGirl Productions studios. Under the shade tree at the at the Lost Coast. Here at Rainbow's End. And I'm trying to get the link for... Yeah, that was 4 hours ago. 2 hours ago. I thought she just tagged me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I I guess they're not ready over there yet. So anyway, that is what's going on. They are in Racine, Wisconsin, and let's go with the playlist. I'm going to give you some music to listen to. Here we go. See if we have anybody. Okay, that's not the one yet. All right.
Lots of birds and flowers, each must know his just like yesterday. Then I'll get on my knees and pray. We don't get fooled again. No, no.
you've got your diamonds and you've got your pretty clothes, and the chauffeur drives your cars. You let everybody know, but don't play with me, 'cause you're playing with fire. Your mother, she's an heiress, owns a block in St. John's Wood, and your father be there with her if he only could. But don't play with me, 'cause you're playing with fire. Took her diamonds and tiaras by the score. Now she gets her kicks in Stepney, not in Knightsbridge anymore. So don't play with me, 'cause you're playing with fire. Now you've got some diamonds, we'll have some others, but you better watch your step, girl, or start living with your mother. So don't play with me, 'cause you're playing with fire. So don't play with me, 'cause you're playing with fire.
Find the cost of freedom buried in the ground. Mother Earth will swallow you. Lay your body down. Find the cost of freedom buried in the ground. Mother Earth will swallow you. Lay your body down.
It's Independence Day, so let's talk about what's going on in America. Freedom, it's under attack in your state.
Don't turn around.
I want you to call my doctor right now.
I'm not calling your doctor. We're escorting you off the property. Ma'am, you didn't have to. It didn't have to be like
You
this.
are
Okay?
so wrong. You
Okay.
are so wrong. This is so wrong. This is so. I'm being arrested for not wearing a mask. I'm a disabled American. I'm being arrested.
You're not being arrested.
You put me in handcuffs.
Because
Do you
you're
know
not-
how this
you're not
traumatizing
complying.
this is for me? I have a panic disorder.
Okay. Well, you did this to yourself.
Excuse me?
Yeah. So I'm asking you right now. Where's your vehicle at? I'll walk you to your vehicle. You can leave the property.
Uncuff me.
No.
Pink man, I should ride you out. Woo! You well-heeled pink wheel, I should ride you out. But when your hand is on your heart, let me out your good love. Almost a juggler. Head down in the pit bin, saying, keep on digging. Big stain on your flat chin. Although you're hard to find. Down in the pit mine, you're nearly alive. You're nearly alive, but you really cry.
Freedom, it's under attack in your state. Restricting speech in classrooms, even criminalizing women and doctors. I urge all of you living in Florida to join the fight.
Bust up right back. I should ride you out.
Or join us in California, where we still believe in freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom to choose, freedom to love. Don't let them take your freedom.
You fucked up old head. I should ride you out. You radiate cold shafts of broken glass.
Matt, what are you doing?
A little help.
I got him.
You are all of you beneath me. I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by that.
Puny god.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone, and packed around alone. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will die. Killer on the road. Yeah.
I'm a lawyer, and I've been a trial lawyer for 26 years.
It's one of the amazing patriots here, helping Harry. All these amazing patriots here support Harry. We got people inside. It is pretty cold out. Mind-boggling, isn't it? Yeah. Well, give your business a shout out here. These are the individuals that make all these awesome shirts. Look them up on Facebook right now. They're on our page. So that's Scott. Harbortown Crafts. Go get yourself some gear. They make amazing products. And we are hearing some rumors that Representative Francis might be here today. And we will try to get an interview with him when he shows up. And I gotta go give a hug over here to one of the freedom fighters, Anita Jason. Yeah. You snuck right by me.
Hey.
We're live.
Awesome.
You want
Yeah,
to
I
say
was here
anything?
a half hour ago and there's nobody here, so I took a walk downtown. And
Oh, did you?
hey, how'd it go this morning?
Here's the freedom fighters from Stevens Point. And we're excited to get this court hearing going. Prelims. And today's going to be a big day. People are starting to pile in. I believe 3 or 4 of the bigger news stations will be here. Closer to 2:30. We are awaiting Mr. Harry Waite's arrival. And this is the first time that we've seen counter protesters. And this is the third, this will be the third hearing. So that's America, it's their right. And we support their right to protest, whether we agree with them or not. But it's a dang shame in America where Mr. Harry Waite is exposing the fraud and flaws in Wisconsin My Vote website, where they can your ballots can be requested by anybody. And Harry Waite did his duty to this country to help secure election integrity. And he put his livelihood on the line. He's facing 13 years in prison to fight for our election integrity and make sure our elections count. And these people are protesting against it, which I don't agree with, but I do agree with their right to protest regardless. Hey, there's Jay Stone. Hey, you want to do a little interview here live on what do you think about today? And Harry's getting. I heard you got a lawyer. We heard you got a lawyer, and what do you think's going to happen?
I don't expect much to happen today. I think it's just going to, I don't know. I really think that the judge is going to give the lawyer time to familiarize himself with the case. So I don't expect another year. They'll give him 3 or 4 weeks.
Another 3 or 4 weeks.
To familiarize with the case, and he's got other busy cases going. He might give him a little more time.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Questions.
Well, what do you think about these counter protesters? It's the first time we've seen them. They got quite the crowd going here.
Yeah.
It's their right to protest. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're real misguided, and somebody put them up to it.
That's my personal opinion as well. Yeah. Well, it's quite brisk out here today. We're excited for this court hearing to get going, and we're still waiting. Is Harry inside? Do you know?
I don't know. I saw Barbara just squeeze my arm.
Okay. Well, we're live from out in California, guys. This is Jay Stone. He was on the show last week, and we appreciate all your efforts, Jay.
Thank you. I do have another message. I've got a hearing for an injunction, and then I'm going to file it.
Keep up the great work, man.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you after the hearing. All right. So there's Jay Stone. He's another hot government member. Get you guys a couple interviews in. It is quite brisk out here today. So we do have people that are just inside the buildings right now. We will get photographs posted to the pages of all the supporters. I'm sure fill this courtroom up. My ballot's in the truck. I have the ballot with me. Yeah. What? You want me to go get it? I'll get it for you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go grab it. Here. You guys wanna? You guys, I'm gonna let Yvette record, and I'm gonna this.
He did not.
Did he break the law? Can I ask you that? Yes. That's the end of the subject. That's the end of our conversation. No, he exposed flaws in the system that allow voter fraud to happen in this country. Let me tell you something. It's constantly the ATM. I took money out of it, and I said, "Hey, I took money out of your ATM." I just want to show that to you. Do you think I'd be arrested?
I was giving the money back.
I'd be arrested?
Giving the money back?
Absolutely not.
I think if you did that and you were giving the money back, they should
now you guys are lawyers.
If you did that and you were bringing the money back to show that their system was broken, then you would be doing something to help that.
I just think before you people stand out here saying clock hands up, you ought to have the facts. Here we receive the ballot. Yeah, I'm with this the ballot. I'm reading it.
Intention to expose how many more people.
And so how many have done it, you know?
We don't know. That's the
So where's your proof? You were able to illegally do it yourself. 1/8.
Harry!
I was looking for information.
Yeah. There he is, Mr. Harry Wade himself. How's it going, Harry?
Yep. Thank you for attending, guys. Thank you. Wouldn't miss that. You again. I wouldn't miss that. All I way from Racine County.
Stevens Point here.
Hi, how are you guys? I know because the sheriff, we're too bad nobody's running against
we're out here fighting. Just make sure that we have.
Yeah, make sure you're on time this time, okay?
Sir, I was on time.
You were 15 minutes late. They had to come and get you.
That's the biggest problem you got.
Sir, you talk with the big
was on time.
You're a criminal.
He was on time.
The facts.
Facts or not, he's a criminal. He's not got 100 ballots. He's a criminal.
The criminals are the Democrats that stole the election. Those are the
Weck is the criminal.
I know I can't talk to you because you don't have a clue.
Yeah, no, you're to you, my friend.
Moron. You're a criminal.
What is he charged with? Cite the statute, moron.
2 felonies.
What are the felonies? It's 4.
Stealing people's identity.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You know, it's nice to see this idiots together.
Believe it or not, you people attending are actually helping me. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't think you went down in jail. Good luck. I hope you have fun. I hope you enjoy.
Harry's not going to sit a day in jail. All right, so we have a little bit of civil discourse here, a little bit of American spirit going on, but I don't expect it to.
Hey, why don't you follow me? I said you follow me.
She's armed! She's armed! Sex assault weapon! She's armed!
Stop calling everyone's name. We are here as a peaceful demonstration.
Thank you.
Nobody is above the law.
Hillary isn't above the law?
Weck isn't above the law.
What about Hunter Biden? We'll find out. If he's guilty, he should go to jail. Damn right.
Since I started
Hey,
2 years ago.
that's awesome. That's a good statement. Yeah. Good statement. So,
But it's I think it's only
tensions are high. The truth will come out and be told. So let's go back over here.
Let's go back to our side.
That's the American spirit. We got through it. Here he is here with a hell of an entrance. Wouldn't expect anything less. This is the first time we've seen any counter protesters. There was some good dialogue there. I mean, there was some good dialogue there. I mean, that one guy did admit if Hunter Biden committed crimes, he should go to jail. So I mean, come on, man, you have to admit there was some good stuff happening there.
Business cards.
We were just talking about that the other night, weren't we?
Yeah, I guess we did, I'm a little lax on that stuff, and thank God I have a support group that picks up my
shortfall.
dementia. Yeah, exactly. We've talked about that before. I remember talking about it, so we'll have business science cards next time that also have all that same data on it.
Takes donating.
Yeah, just keep reminding me. Sometimes I need a little more information, a little help reminding me. We do have a whole support group that really does pick up and do all the great things that we're doing. So, hey, Sandy. So I'm glad that
America.
Hey, good seeing you again. Yep. Okay.
The attorney was right by
Yeah, he's the chauffeur for the attorney. So we have.
Oh, the chauffeur. You want to get the freedom fighters in there too?
So he's going to be representing me today, probably for the rest of the hearings, whatever we need to do.
Harrison Township area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
was accepted.
All right, so I'm going to go down and talk to my attorney, and so
All right.
8:30 the hearing starts. We'll be downstairs at the law enforcement center, and everybody. So people have come from a couple hundred miles away, just so you know. I mean, these people have made a great travel. So actually, so if you would go over and support those people, those anti-Harry Wade people, I'm good with that because actually they're also helping to bring the public interest to what we do, and because of that, that actually gives me a lot of latitude in affirmative defenses. So the fact that they're even protesting me shows great interest of what we do is public interest. You know, all we're asking for is just fair and honest, open elections. That's all we're asking for. We can't ask for anything more than that. And, we'll just move forward from there.
So we're gonna have a full courthouse today. Harry! 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 Harry!
Between the white lines, they'll charge you something else.
You want me to come with?
It's across the street downstairs. Yeah.
Same place it was last time.
Yeah.
I know what time. Can we go over there?
You can go anytime you want. If the courtroom is open.
You want me to come? You want me to come live with you over there? Okay. So we're gonna follow Harry live.
This is all public space.
We're gonna follow Harry live until we can't, because when we go into the courtroom, we will have to lower the cut the feed, so nobody gets into trouble here. But then when we get out of the courtroom, we will go back live again and let everybody know what had happened. We will get audio, and I believe Hot Government will have somebody recording it live from inside the building. So we got everybody coming over from across the street. We're gonna have to go through the metal detectors. Oh, it is brisk outside here. This crazy guy over here, no jacket on. He's got to be cold. My eyes are watering.
So are you harassing all my friends here?
I know. I don't want to.
I understand. And they do too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excuse me, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Let me know when you're ready. So, I forgot to do this. Can you just hold this for me? Thank you. Hopefully I'll get through first time without any problems. Okay.
Pretty good. Yeah, I'm live recording. All right, guys, I'm gonna put my phone in there. I think I got something else. A lighter.
Whenever you're ready.
I think we're still good.
All right.
Give me one, yeah. Give me one, please.
You're not letting us in if you can't sit, Brock.
Okay, guys. Wow. This is going to be really good. Did you see what happened there towards the end? Wow. This is going to be, I told you it was going to be a Freedom Flame Friday that we were not going to soon forget. Aren't you glad you're here? I'm definitely here. I'm definitely glad that I'm here. So they're going into the courtroom right now, and hopefully you caught enough of the beginning of the video to kind of get a background on, you know, how political this situation is. It was a clear indication to me when Michael Gableman showed up on behalf of Harry without even Harry realizing he was going to be there. So I think Harry was the most surprised that day in the courtroom when former Justice Michael Gableman, actually, I don't think he, well, anyway, yeah, he's a former Justice Michael Gableman. He showed up on behalf of Harry. Sorry about this, guys. I just got a little bit of a glitch that comes with the comes with the package. So anyway, yeah, we're really, really excited. I do know that he has representation. I was able to speak with the Ripon Rabbit this morning and get some really, interesting backstory, and I'm going to do the best I can to expand on that. But the best I would recommend on that, because the Ripon Rabbit is rightfully a little bit elusive, because that is what part of his spark and his mystery and his allure. So I would experience him for yourself if I were you firsthand at the Ripon Rabbit Hole. You can also find him at freedomflame.com, and we are actually going to be getting together later on. Well, at least the Freedom Flame fighters are going to be getting together later on to have their Freedom Flame Friday. So I'm really excited to be listening to that. And so it's just going to be a really amazing day, and it's only just getting warmed up. I hope you enjoyed the music. Again, this is a fair trade, and we're just, we're not really making any money over here. We got like 5 listeners. So we're just having some fun and getting to know the skill set and, seeing what we can do. So I hope you enjoyed the music. And of course, we do all of that in absolute love. We don't live that rock and roll lifestyle anymore. But we definitely appreciate the music, and, the spirit behind it. So hopefully, looking at it from a positive perspective in that way. So anyway, I'm very excited about this new development. I don't know if you, again, saw what happened right before Brock had to put the phone in his pocket so that they could have their hearing, which again, Brock said wouldn't take very long. So we're going to hit him up afterwards because the DOJ would like to have a few minutes with him. And of course, he's going to record that, because I'll tell you from my experience, absolutely, it is a very, very smart thing to do. If you are talking to any kind of authority at all, you want to definitely make sure that you are recording that conversation, because it's just my experience that a lot of times conversations can be misframed if you don't have a recording of it. And of course, you always want to let somebody know if that's the case, depending on your state laws or whatever. But here in California, I always let somebody know if they're going to be recorded, and I intend to use it in court or anything to protect myself, to use it, in any way to protect myself. So I'll let them know if I'm going to do that. And I've had to do it quite a bit in my experience, dealing with these people who are pushing this agenda. You can call them what you like. I call them Nazis because of the level of malignancy that we're dealing with, and I'm sure people have a strong opinion about whether or not that's an appropriate label. But that's the one I call them because of the hell that they've put me through. So certainly not compared to what happened and the Holocaust, and I'm not in any way trying to compare myself to that. But I can tell you that, there are many of us, and I haven't even suffered as much loss as some of us have. So a very good friend of mine on social media that I follow, lost his mother. I've heard so many stories of loss, and I'm actually following a Facebook group, died suddenly, that talks about that, and it's very powerful. It's a very powerful experience, and eventually share that with you. And I wanted to let you know, speaking of sharing information, so the Ripon Rabbit has definitely been encouraging me to expand my reach, because YouTube is definitely an abusive environment. And although I do like to try to outsmart the algorithms as best I can, I know for sure that I am being shadow banned. So I am working on that. That is part of what's going on. We're actually experiencing a win over here at the PowerGirl Studios because we were able to convert over to OBS, which is a huge win because I'm already loving the dashboard and the controls, and it's a lot easier to use, and it's a much more fluid application as long as you're willing to put in the time and learn the software. So again, this is amazing therapy for me because it's, working muscles that I have not worked in a long time. And it's a very important part of the process of my recovery, which I am feeling very, very, very happy about the progress. One of my biggest markers I've been able to enjoy over the last couple months specifically, since I've been able to back away from these malicious doctors who insist on covering my face and refusing to listen to a word that I say or considering my feelings about anything in any way, shape, or form, and then slapping me with a big fat bill at the end of the experience. So I am definitely recovering and overcoming and like I said, recovering from those injuries, and that's part of it, the cognition. So to be on here live is a little bit, it's intimidating for me, but I'm working through the anxiety just like I used to do when I was a utility worker there at PG&E as a safety chair and as an instructor. I mean, that's just how you get better at things. You walk through your fear. That's how I do things. I did it with the fear of heights and climbing poles and way up on cherry pickers at Sony Electronics. And, so I've been afraid of things my entire life, and I've never actually had the luxury of succumbing to that fear. So I've always had to walk through the fear, just being an orphan kid and single mom, a caretaker of my grandma and my brothers and whatnot growing up. I never had the luxury of bowing out. I always had to suit up and show up. The people that I love were just too important to me to do anything else. So anyway, that's me. And luckily, even though I did suffer that injury, I do know how to self-care and take care of myself. And this isn't the first time that the medical industry has abandoned me completely. So I'm actually old hat in doing these kind of things. So thankfully, I was able to take the time. It was at great loss to my career, but because my employer was not willing to even negotiate or give me due process, and we're going to go into on the Keeper of the Flame podcast, now as I'm getting better and better, I can do this more and more. We're definitely going to be getting into the subject of due process and why that's so important. You can see here in Harry Waite's case how important it is, because in his process of receiving due process, he's been able to receive support, which is a huge thing to someone, especially someone who is experiencing trauma and symptoms of prolonged exposure to trauma. It's very important that those people for sure get support and process, because they suffer physically when they don't. So the fact that Harry Waite is getting the support that he's getting is absolutely inspiring, and I'm so grateful for it. And I would thank the Thomas More Society for their support of Harry. I would thank former Justice Michael Gableman for showing up for him when this saga was extended a couple weeks ago. And so this is really exciting. So they are. I'm just keeping an eye. I just want to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on my thing here because we don't want to miss when they go back live. But anyway, yeah, let's see. Hold on. Let me get to the right. I just want to get into the right page. I'm sure there he is. Perfect. I kind of like I like AI in moderation. That's just me, but it doesn't bother me so much. We were talking about the analytics, the Ripon Rabbit and I, and he doesn't like it, and I completely understand why. Myself, I like to I like to live dangerously. That's just who I am. So I feel like you don't get the rewards if you don't take the risks. So. Like I said, we asked for forgiveness rather than permission a lot of the times, but we do ask for permission from the Ripon Rabbit because we have absolutely nothing but love and respect for him. So I would definitely recommend that you go check them out on Freedom Flame Fridays. Tonight, they are going to be getting together, and I have a feeling it's going to be a great day in court. I'm just feeling really good about this. I hear the lawyer that the lawyer that Harry has acquired is actually a very accomplished lawyer. I could have heard wrong, but 300 plus victories. So on his belt. So that's really exciting. So that's a huge thing that Harry has that support because he's going to need it. The system is not for we the people, and they prove that over and over and over again. And one of the things that I love about following Brock and his freedom fighters of central Wisconsin is to see that cohesion, to see that passion, to see the support, to see so many people showing up for freedom, for voter integrity, and just showing up to put these bullies on notice, that we're not going to stand for this. What I'm seeing in New Zealand, what I'm seeing in Australia, what I'm seeing in Canada, there's like this cascade of tyranny that's happening. And I'm always the first to point out, I think it's already happened here in the United States. But I do believe that the American spirit, if it is awakened, if it is, ignited, which is what we are trying to do over there in the Ripon Rabbit Hole. We are trying to ignite the freedom. Well, they've already ignited the freedom flame, but we are now fueling it by suiting up and showing up. And that's what Brock is really incredible at. I've just been watching him just this last week, and I've watched him go from one place to the next place to the next place to show up his support. And he calls as many, patriots as he can together to show up for, whoever is in need. Last week it was the anglers and, in the city of Sturgeon Bay, and last night it was in another town, which I'm not from Wisconsin, so you'll have to forgive me, but I will do the best I can to circle back on that. But anyway, they're just all over in Wisconsin, and they're taking their state back. And I know that there's a lot of people here in California that are doing the same thing. And I hear most of it in Southern California, not so much up here in Northern California. There's definitely, like I've said before, a small group of patriots up here in Humboldt. And when I say patriots, I really mean freedom fighters. It's not even just as much a nationalism thing as this is an attachment to the land. And we're basically here in California for sure being run off our land in a various different, very insidious and surreptitious ways, very silent and subversive, and it's ugly and actually quite violent in some other ways. So that's one of the things that we hope we can actually get to. But right now we are just excited to kind of have had the opportunity to get to know these people in central Wisconsin, because they really are an incredibly inspiring story. And that's what we need up here in Northern California, because we are so up here in the PNW, and we are just at, up here, we're just at the southern border of the PNW in Humboldt County, the Pacific Northwest. It's a different place these days. I was just in Portland just 5 years ago, and 5 years ago. The time has flown by. Actually, I think it was 8 years ago. Yes, it was 8 years ago, if I do the math. That's also a good muscle to exercise for me. Wow, 8 years. See how that goes? I know you can relate to that. I know you can. But anyway, yeah, 8 years ago, I was in Portland with a very dear friend of mine. We had an amazing time. It was such a beautiful little town. We fell in love with it. And then 3 years ago, I went again with Gary on my birthday, and not the same place at all. And then that was even before what it is now, which is unrecognizable. So which is basically where Seattle was before all this. So, and now Seattle is even taking a huge downturn. So the new normal is just ravaging the country, guys. And if you can't see it, it's real. That really is concerning to me. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I just utilized this opportunity that my employer unfortunately gave me, because they refused to give me due process and basically ran me out of their camp. They didn't want me there anymore. I'm much too truthful and, upright for them. It really, all it is for me, I'm not even that I am definitely truthful, but it's not even being that upright. It's a matter of when I put my name on something, it's got to be right. I mean, that's just the way it is in the field. When you're dealing with something as serious as I was dealing with on a daily basis, when you're doing it under the conditions that I was doing it, and not just me, but also the incredible team that I had the pleasure of working with. They were just these guys really, field services for Pacific Gas and Electric, these guys were the real deal in the company, and they had a very high band of responsibility and a broad range and scope of responsibility for their job, and they handled it we handled it every single day, and it was an incredible group to be a part of, and to watch grow and to be part of that growth. So I will never regret that time that I had there. I do weep for the way it ended, but those days of weeping are over. That's been a times and half a time now, and it's time to get on with life. And that is what we're doing at the Keeper of the Flame podcast, because little did they know, I am Big John's granddaughter, and I don't take these kind of things lying down. And luckily, God gave me the talent and the mind to recover from such a devastating injury, and so that's what I'm doing. So if you see me stumbling around, I do appreciate your patience. I do appreciate your grace. It is not as easy as we Gerses make it look, but I'm out here because these patriots need a voice. The biggest reason why I'm doing this, I was just telling the Ripon Rabbit this morning, is that we are not getting the support in the media that we should be getting. This is a very important fight. It's been fought by presidents. It was fought by, Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us, and so did JFK. And JFK paid a high price for that. John F. Kennedy. And, so we owe it to these presidents. And actually, Dwight Eisenhower is who lit the original freedom flame. So if you didn't catch the test that I did last night, I think I played a little bit of that last night, fumbling around. So check that out. And if you, if you really want to check it out, go to thefreedomflame.com, where they are telling that story and commemorating that every year. And I definitely plan to be there with bells on this year. So, actually it'll be next year, because it's March 20th. So March 20th in 2023, we will be lighting the Freedom Flame there in Ripon, Wisconsin. And if you go to the website there, freedomflame.com, you will see, and I'll link that into this description of this video. Eventually, I've been trying to keep up with Brock, so my links have not been that great. And again, if you're a supporting content creator, I do appreciate your patience, because I am really all about promoting really amazing content on YouTube, because people need to get off. They need to get off of the television. And some of these grassroots content creators are just incredible, and you can learn so much. So I'm just really sharing. A lot of times I like to share with you some of these content creators that I've fallen in love with over the years. So, so he's not yet. So anyway, that's another thing of what I do. I like to patchwork together. That's what I was doing last night, patchworking together some of my favorite videos and some of my favorite subjects. So and content creators. So again, that's what we do here at PowerGirl Productions. We're really all about bringing the talent together because somebody needs to fill the gap that's being left behind by the old guard. So we here at PowerGirl Productions, and I know I can't specifically speak for them, but I can speak for them in association and from observance. The freedom fighters of central Wisconsin are definitely fall in line with being the new guard. We all take our responsibility of being the new guard very, very seriously. We believe that it's time for good men and women to step up and step out against tyranny, and whatever that is, whatever your field of expertise is, whatever your level of commitment, whatever your level of ability, we need you to be doing whatever you can do whenever you can do it. I've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes over the last 3.5 years, and hopefully I will be able to share that with you soon. I'm really enjoying broadcasting what other freedom fighters are doing right now, because to me, the California story is very important, and it might even take a totally different turn. We have no idea what the future is for California, but I can tell you that this former utility worker isn't going to give up on her. This California girl isn't going to give up on her, and I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So that's where I'm coming from. I got a mustard seed and I'm not afraid to use it. And that's what we're doing here today. We've just got a little mustard seed. We've got our little half dozen watchers that are super, super loyal to us. And we are so, so grateful. I can't tell you, even if it's just 3 or 4 people watching the video, we put a lot of effort. I put a lot of effort into this. And then, of course, Gary's in the background, making sure that everything is working and everything is balanced and grounded and taking care of me and taking care of Moxie. So, this is definitely, when I say we, it's a we effort. I can't do anything without my dog, because she's the one that pulled me out of the swamps of sadness. And I am just so grateful to be done with that place. And I'm feeling so much better. I'm feeling my legs again. I'm feeling myself again. And the more comfortable I get behind the camera, I'm very comfortable behind the mic, but not as comfortable behind the camera or in front of the camera. More comfortable behind the camera, not as comfortable in front of it. So I'm working on that. Just like having to get over my fear of heights and my fear of spiders. I had to get over my fear of heights and spiders at the same time when I had a spider on my thigh at 25 feet up in the air on the top of a utility pole. So if I can do that, I can do this. And even though they do say that public speaking is a number one fear for a lot of people, I've fortunately worked through a lot of that. It's just a matter of getting back my heart, getting back my peace. And thank you to, again, my sponsor. I saw the Liberty Cowgirl and Deanna Hardwick the other night when I was there with Liberty Cowgirl. We were all with our cowgirl hats on, cowgirling up, and they stopped for a minute. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. And they were like, okay, it's time to get a word from our sponsor. And I was like, whoa, they've got sponsors? Wow, that's so cool. I want a sponsor. And they all put their head down and they said, Jesus Christ, our sponsor, Father Jesus, the Father and Jesus Christ. And I thought that was the coolest thing. And then we had a little moment of prayer and a little moment of silence, and it was powerful. So absolutely wanted to give a shout out to our sponsor, the risen Christ, the Most High King. And because we can't do any of it without him, we can't do any of it without the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. That's what we are all about here at PowerGirl Productions. Again, I'm going to say it again. If I said it once, I'll say it 1,000,000 times. The power in PowerGirl is Jesus. So, he is what keeps me going. He is what pulled me out of the depths of the sea, and he is who pulled me out of the depths of the sea, and I am nothing but grateful. And all of the media that I share with you is what helped get me out of there, because a lot of times when somebody is feeling unheard, the most important thing for them to do is to make sure that they are heard. So that is all I'm trying to do, because my story is unique. I don't know how unique it is. Actually, it might not be so unique, and that's part of why we're sending out our message in a bottle, because if you've had any kind of story like me, we got to stick together, guys, because the powers that be are not on our side. We are facing principalities and powers in high places. And so we need to stick together. And this is what's so powerful about Brock's story and the Freedom Fighters of Central Wisconsin, because that is what they do so very well. They stick together, they support each other, they show up for each other. And I am just incredibly impressed with that. So that's what we are doing. And we're going to continue to follow the story of Harry. And hopefully, things go well for Harry today. We'll see what happens. We'll see, that we can only guess until it happens. But anyway, so yeah, that's what we're doing. And you know what? I could show you some things if you want. Let's see. Actually, let me get up here. I'm getting the hang of this, guys. All right. I wanted to show you. Oh, here's a good one. Let's see if I can. Okay, well, I wasn't really ready for an update, but let's see. Let me see if I can get you some music for a minute, and then I can pull something together since it's taken them a little bit longer than we're expecting. And I'm trying to think of what else I can talk to. Oh, well, let's see. I can give you some updates of what's going on here. Hold on a second. Look at that dog. You see that dog? So we are getting, like I said, we're getting better and we're exercising more. I wanted to let you know that we are going to be working. I've actually done a few videos already of the Moxie, using the Moxie My Heart Cam. One of the inspirations that I had early on was that I knew that I was going to have to get back into shape. And luckily, I have a great deal of muscle memory when it comes to that. I've always been very athletic. My job, they used to actually call, I'm sure they still do call gas service reps, who are the PG&E version of first responder for natural gas emergencies. They used to call us industrial athletes. And that was one of the things that I love most about the job. I also love that about meter reading. It required quite a bit of physical conditioning. Meter reading did, and gas service actually took me to a whole new level because it really drew out the gearhead in me, which is super, super, that was an exciting twist. I mean, I never thought that I would want to be a gas service rep because of the hours that they keep, but it turns up I really did enjoy my night shift. That was my favorite shift to work. And because that was the trouble shift, that was the one where you got to do the leak work, which was always my favorite work to do. I loved responding to emergencies. I was super good at it. My PTSD was actually, I've had PTSD since I was a young kid. So I've always known PTSD. I've never known anything other than emergency. My whole life has been one long drawn out emergency. So by the time I got to gas service, I was quite fluent in the language, and I had already spent quite a bit of time in the safety committee, the grassroots safety committee for meter reading. So it wasn't a big step at all for me to get into gas service, and then of course take on the safety position there as well. So I do have a very fluent language in situational awareness and all the training that we go through in order to do what we do at the level that we do it at. So it's the media really helps me use those skills because the next level, of course, at PG&E, this is one of the things that was most powerful about what I did, in the energy industry, was I continued to level up my game because it was so challenging to me. I actually really, really enjoyed the challenge, both physically, mentally, structurally. I mean, learning how to work out of a federal standards book, that's powerful. It teaches you structure, it teaches you discipline, it teaches you alignment. And this had a lot to do with my injury because I wasn't, my employer wasn't sharing my desire for alignment with the standard. So unfortunately, I was dealing with management that was highly, inexperienced. And maybe eventually we'll go into the details of all that because it really is important at our level of operation when you're talking about natural gas delivery into the customer's home. If you want to keep it safe, affordable, and reliable, you definitely want to make sure that the people that are handling it are taken care of and supported, and you can't get that with an inexperienced management team. So that unfortunately was what happened with me. I had a perfect storm of multiple waves hit me at the same time, and my body succumbed to it. And it's taken me times and half a time to recover from it. And so now I feel like I'm finally human again. And when I say human, I mean human, because unfortunately, this all happened just before COVID. So the worst time ever to be going through what I went through is during a global pandemic. And I have absolutely suffered greatly for it. So that's, again, part of this is experiencing those triggers. Every time I watch one of the videos that I produced in answer to the way I've been treated over the last 2.5 years as a disabled American who cannot wear their face covering, I've been through hell trying to negotiate through this by holding my integrity and holding my autonomy, because my body definitely absolutely goes through violent shaking now after I've been attacked twice from angry mass mobs. So the level of recovery I've been able to experience now 3.5 years, I guess it's been 2 years because Moxie is almost 2 years old, and Moxie was my answer to the second attack, the Costco attack by the angry mass mob. She was my answer. I decided I'm going to get me a Malinois. I can't do this anymore. I need support. And wait till I tell you her story. She is amazing. She is amazing. We are soulmates. She's a great dog. The fact that this dog is being this calm after not walking for 3 days now, because in preparation for this live broadcast, is astounding. She's not even 2 years old, and that is so contrary to what this breed is known for. So if you know the Belgian Malinois, they are a very, very unique breed. And I did a lot of research and a lot of reading and a lot of watching videos to be able to prepare just to bring a Malinois puppy into my household, especially while I'm going through a mental health emergency. So that may not have actually had a couple people laugh at me thinking that I was going to be able to turn a Belgian Malinois into a PTSD service dog, but there you go, guys. There's the proof. PowerGirl can do all things through Christ, and we just got better. She grew up with me getting better. That she was what pulled me out of the swamps of sadness. Nothing better than a new puppy in the home to do that. And she is really amazing at her job. She's so intuitive and really doesn't require very much other than obedience training at this point. And hopefully very soon we will be getting to the point where she will actually be able to go to the next level, and that's getting her certification, her federal certification. Even though we kind of feel like the federal government is kind of off the hook right now, but we are definitely going to be training her to that standard, because that's the standard we want her to be able to work at. And she's getting very, very close to the level of obedience where she will be able to begin her training. Right now, she's still working on some of those finer details. She's actually an amazing animal. And the fact that I can walk her every day now, aside from when I get overwhelmed with, other things, but the fact that I can walk her every day now, and now I'm tracking my walks and tracking, the stats, which is fun for a baseball fan to track those stats. This is all part of my kinetic therapy, guys. This is how I got better without the doctors, because the doctors terrorized me. The doctors, the medical insurance company, All of them that were associated with my injury, all of them, I paid into those benefits. And like I've said over and over again, this is tantamount to fraud. When you've taken money and you haven't provided the service that you were put in place for, they were my only guardrail for what happened to me. I should not have lost my career over what happened at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. If my employer was willing to give me process, to give me an investigation, to examine the evidence that I provided, the material evidence that we will be going over in the Keeper of the Flame podcast, because if they're not going to examine the evidence, then maybe my audience will. Maybe my audience would like to know what PG&E is doing to their first responders, because I can actually show you in real time with real evidence. So hard, fast evidence. And like I've said before a bunch of times, my evidence, about 90 to 95% of it is in their words and in writing. So that's me. So yeah, they opened me wide up, and then God poured into me. And what you are looking at today is the result of believing in my Father. And when I collapsed, luckily I collapsed into his arms. Because I had done the footwork before that. And it's an incredible story. It's a bit of a long story, which is why I've created the PowerGirl universe. I'm working on creating even more of that, because it is a big story to digest, but it's an important one. The reason why I'm telling it is because it's all about him. What he's done in my life, is miraculous. And, they say you shouldn't die with your song in you. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to, he and I, my bridegroom, and I have already broken the family curse. Can I get an amen? Woo! Never thought I'd be able to do that. I knew I was tasked to do it. I've known that since I was a young kid, but never thought I was going to actually be able to do it. But you know what? Through him, I've done it. Through him, I've done it. Through faith, through work, through showing up, even when it was on my knees, crawling across the floor. I showed up even when I couldn't get off my face for days because I was in so much shame of the crimes and the sins, that I've committed. Not crimes. Sorry, guys. I'm talking about just what I've done to myself in my mind with the things that I've said to myself and the lies that I've believed. That is a crime. That is absolutely a crime. Because I believe the lies and for years, and now he's broken me free of those chains, and it's very, very, very powerful. So that's the only reason why I'm doing this. Otherwise I'd be in the garden with my dog or whatever, but I'm not a fan of the camera, and I'm not really a big fan of doing this kind of thing. But I am trained to do it. The PG&E Academy trained me to do it. And I do have the professional training, not just to actually deliver the information, but also to, create the proper curriculum and do it in a structural way and in a hopefully a lasting and influential way, because we're losing our ability to think critically, and it's a real problem. We're losing our ability to identify fact versus fiction, to identify fact versus opinion, and those are all really important skills to retain if you have them, and to get them if you don't. So that's what we are trying to do here. That's why we're a big fan and, fangirl, and we try to promote as often as possible the Ripon Rabbit Hole, because they are all about, Ripon common sense. They are the last great stronghold for common sense. And they are incredibly entertaining and over there. And, AJ has just got it nailed down, guys. I mean, if you spend time in there, you'll see what I mean. It's riveting conversation. They have incredible guests. They have great participation, and it's just great to watch and be a part of. So I'm looking forward to that. So let's see. Have we gotten anything yet? Wow, this is interesting. Yeah. So anyway, we're doing good over here. We are getting the hang of this software, which is great. I would recommend you get off of Restream if you're on Restream. All right, here we go. 18 minutes. Okay, guys. I was sorry. I was doing the Gersh rambling. All right. I'll see you back on the flip side. Okay, guys. Here we go. Oh, wait. Let me... Hold on. Hold on, guys.
I mean, this is the fight we're in, right? You stand up for your rights, you stand up for freedom. You got support. Look at all the people around here supporting each other. Yes, we do. And people fight for freedom. Oh, sure. Just my
Okay. Who we got? Oh, we
Anita.
got Anita.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'll get you in there with them.
Okay.
Okay.
For only for $5.
Yeah, you want a good picture.
All right, cheeseburgers. All right, that was a good one.
All right,
You're going to Dewey's?
Yeah, just
I'll be down there in a little bit. I'm gonna finish up this live. So, we're gonna do a recap. We got some of the last coming through here. I guess we don't want to get that on there, huh? Well, she went to go see if she's there. If she's not there, we ain't doing it.
Okay.
And then we'll go to eat. So do you want to talk about what...
I want some people to hear, so I didn't know. And they're kind of...
Huh?
I just didn't want to...
Oh, yeah. Dang it. Look at this.
I got more.
It's time to put some more.
He ran out. So I gave him a couple. I said, but you won't break them in there. He says, no, but then you had to sit cheek to cheek with everybody.
I know. Thank you. I will.
Bring out all the tobacco and stick it in
Yeah, give it to Dean. He'll fix it. He's like, back in the day. Well, and we should probably...
Sorry you didn't make it in.
It'll take certain turns sitting up there with like a shotgun or something. So when people start coming down your driveway, we'll just fire off some more.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's cool.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go. Corey, it's go time. Yep, it's go time. We have another. It's fine.
You want me to ask those people that were going to go with us today, Tom?
If Dino can come, yeah. All right, you guys, I'm gonna have to end this live. We have another project, big one to do. Yvette's gonna go live on her page. I need to free my phone up because I got an individual to call. But we're gonna go inside this courthouse here to the clerk, and we're gonna request some very special information. Stay tuned. If we're successful, it's going to make an impact. We've been trying to get this information all day, and hopefully we can get it. But we do have to get going. What a day. Roller coaster ride. Yvette's going to go live. Jump over to Yvette's. Yeah. Jump over to Yvette's page. And you can watch what we're getting ready to do over there, Yvette DeFrank. Or stay tuned on the Ripon Rabbit Hole. Stay tuned on the Ripon Rabbit Hole, and stay tuned on Keeper of the Flame. But I do have to end this video. I got a call to make. We will see you inside. Keep the fight for freedom alive.
Okay, guys. Oh, sorry about the sound thing. Still trying to get that down. And this one's for you, Higgy. Agnes. That's right. We can only hope that Agnes is listening. Unfortunately, she is not behind the panel here, or that would have never happened. So apologize for that. I am my own producer, which presents its own challenges. I'm sure you can appreciate it. Wasn't really a lot going on there. He was just kind of wandering around, didn't really talk to anybody. It looked like the better feed was actually coming from Yvette. So I see that she did a live feed, and that's what I'm trying to. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to send this to myself. And then we will dial into that while we wait for Brock to get set up. And it's okay if we're behind a little bit, behind the clock a little bit. I want you to get this information. Hopefully this video will be a little bit better. Brock was, again, the challenges of, it's like, you know, being the lead singer and playing lead guitar at the same time. It's not so easy just because, you know, people like, who did that? You know, David Gilmour made it look easy, but it's not easy. So, you know, that's what's going on. So when you're trying to do too many things, and again, this is amateur hour over here, PowerGirl Productions, you know, we're doing the best we can. So we do appreciate your patience in that. And, I am going to, let's see, I'm going to switch over. Yeah, good to see everybody in the chat. Good to see you, Higgy. Looks like Stand Up Humboldt is watching Keeper of the Flame, which probably is the smartest thing to do because that's part of the challenge here is they keep jumping back and forth between Yvette and Brock. And that makes sense because this is a challenging, they're trying to get a lot done here. Let's go like that and then that. Okay. They're doing a lot here. So, we're going to flip over to my, let's see, and see if we can get Yvette's feed because I think that was a better feed. It looked like they actually got some interaction, so we didn't really miss much. If you're still hanging in, I really appreciate it. Happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday, Freedom Flame Friday. And we're just keeping you warm. We're the pilot light for the bigger event that's going to happen later on this evening at the inside the Ripon Rabbit Hole. And if you don't know what that is, I highly suggest that you go hop on over to the Ripon Rabbit Hole and continue the after party. Tonight they're going to be talking about devolution, which is a very exciting topic, which I know hardly anything about. I have heard some things here and there about it, but don't know very much about it at all. Hold on. This isn't the one. What happened? Oh, maybe it is. Okay, let me try it again. Sorry about that, guys. Just want to make sure I have the right link. So anyway, yeah, I didn't think. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. So this one's about an hour. We're gonna I'm gonna play this if you're still hanging in. And that will give Brock time to work out what he's doing over there at the courthouse, at the other courthouse, which is the county civil courthouse, where they're trying to get a FOIA request so that they can audit the election records themselves. So that's another exciting twist of what's going on. Brock, I'm telling you, he's a heavy hitter. He's hard to keep up with, but I'm doing the best I can. Because he's just all over the place. So he's taking advantage of the fact that these courthouses are right across the street from each other, and he's going over there. This will be the third time that he's tried to serve, or that he's tried to make this FOIA request, and they keep giving him the runaround. So we'll see if he'll be able to actually talk to the county clerk today. We don't know. I believe her name is Wendy. I don't know her last name. It looks like they're getting the runaround, or either that or she's supposedly in training, which, you know, we want to just believe what people say at face value, but we found that lately it's not always wise to do that. So it's okay to be a little bit dubious. It's okay to have suspended disbelief a little bit. But, you know, either way, it's all speculation. We have no idea whether or not we know for sure that they're getting the runaround, or if she really just happened to have training scheduled today when they're trying to get a FOIA request processed. I know I've put my own FOIA request here at Humboldt County and basically got nowhere. It's interesting to watch them gaslight you and not even really answer your questions, almost like a fact check. So anyway, we're going to give that time to marinate and let that develop to decide whether or not there's actually a story there. I'm going to let Brock do what he's going to do and find out if he actually gets anywhere. If he gets somewhere, then, maybe we'll attach that video to the end of this video. But right now I'm gonna flop you over to Yvette's videos, because I think Yvette had a much better angle and maybe even was able to take advantage of some of the conversation that was going on, because the last one was didn't have as much of that. So I'm gonna see what happens with the Yvette video, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. All right, you guys, take care. And if you hang out with me till the end, I'm gonna link you into the Ripon Rabbit Hole so that you can participate in that. I'm gonna show you how to get there, and because it's really definitely something you want to listen to. So anyway, stick around for that, and I will be back after this video. All right, you take care.
So I did make a formal request, and obviously, they're thought that they did not make accommodations. So what happened today is the court was adjourned because I have a new attorney, and with this new attorney, we have a new game plan. And with that, we're going to be filing a couple documents into the court system, I think Monday, correct?
Yeah, we'll be filing on Monday.
Gag order hearing
today.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking to the press, I'm talking to the people.
But regardless, so, okay. Here's what I just want to say. I know that this is a very important, and Harry and I have been acquainted a very short period of time. We were introduced together. For those of you a little bit curious about my involvement in this, is that I've been an attorney since 1996. I've done criminal defense work. Harry and I have, he's got a gag order, and that applies to me too, related to the issues we're going to raise. We have to raise those in the courtroom. But what I would just say is that I know that the issues are going to be raised that concern all of you, which relate to the issues of justification by necessity, as well as his political expression cases, and we're going to raise all those stuff. But right now, today, I think this is prudent. I want to spend some time working with Harry, a few of the members of his team, to put just together a little bit more information. And then there's a briefing that we want to file on Monday that could be dispositive, could not be, and you'll have to wait and see what that pleading is because of the orders of the court.
Can we get your name?
Sure. Dan Hartman, Daniel J. Hartman.
Can you talk a little bit about the briefing that you guys are filing?
Not yet. I will just indicate that if you look in the court record, Harry's already raised a lot of those issues in pro per. We're just going to be putting them into a legal brief form and presenting them for the judge for decision.
Can you just talk about your thoughts about succeeding in this case and what the going forward, what your plan might be?
Let me say this. Whenever a citizen and the government have conflict, the resources of the state come against a person, it's very challenging to withstand that. And what I will say with what Harry has raised as an issue, the fact that he's being prosecuted is not a surprise to anybody. The underlying message that underlines why this case is occurring is why we, and ultimately, without getting into further trouble, if you look at the motivation and what the conflict is, you will see the entire story. And there's nothing new that I'm going to say. I'm just going to help advocate and to present the arguments. And I'm familiar with court procedure, so I'm not going to create any new arguments that Harry hasn't raised or already put out there prior to the gag order. I'm just going to help him organize and present and advocate for him.
Could I ask a question of Harry just about the support as it just continues to seemingly grow over these weeks?
Well, his support is not limited to Wisconsin. That's why I'm here from Michigan. It's a national issue and a national concern.
Is Harry allowed to talk about the support that he's seeing on here?
You know, I haven't reviewed the terms of that order. Why don't we wait and talk on the 21st within the limits and the confines of that? But obviously, there's both supporters and detractors, but this is an issue that needs to be addressed in the order of a courtroom, and we need to make sure there's a fair hearing and a fair result. And I think that we'll get that.
Anything else, folks? Any other questions? Okay, so
So Harry? He was asking for.
all right, I got to talk to the attorney for a few minutes.
Hi.
Does anybody want to talk on behalf of just the support of everybody that's out here today? What you guys are thinking about his
I think
case?
all we're doing is representing America, the basic fundamental rights of Americans. I'm a legal citizen, proud of it, not haughty, but I'm glad to be here. My dad brought us here legally, and we have the right to defend First Amendment, Second Amendment. Our constitutional rights are in the balance. That's what's at stake, not the group of people that are meeting here. It's our country. It's upside down. Good is evil, evil is good. That is not the America my father gave up for. Of course, he escaped what we're going into, communism. So this is dear to my heart. Freedom. A country that is being torn apart, taken down into the gutter. You ain't seen nothing yet if you all keep going the way it is. Seriously. Take heed, please. This is America. We gotta protect America. It's not about Harry. It's about...
Say it, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's from your heart. It's from your heart.
It's about so many people that have come to this country for the right reason. America's doors are wide open, but come with integrity, come with wisdom to grow and to learn, be part of our Constitution, not come with your hand up and the gun on the side or gun in the face. As you see on the media nowadays, all you do is people beating each other up on the streets, and nobody's doing anything. That's the sad part. We have rights. We should not be the ones, like I see in North Milwaukee. I'm from Milwaukee, north side of Milwaukee. People on the windows, on the doors, they have iron bars to protect themselves from what's going on outside. Those should be behind iron bars.
Do more people need to stand up for their rights like Harry did?
A lot more. We can't just sit back, twiddle our thumbs. We have to stand tall and firm. We have to grow in size. It's a country.
That growth is going to
The
happen.
alarm went off. Paul Revere on his horse. The alarm is sounding. The fundamentals have to be, you have to go back to them. We're a country, not just a few people running the majority. The majority needs to rule the country, the people. And we the people is what's important, not a couple of elites who tell us a bunch of lies, just like the China flu. That's all it is. Even the national, you know the name. Yes, came out, big headline. It was all a joke. Just put fear into the people. The fear that people are forgetting about is the fear of God. God Almighty. This was founded on the founders. If you look back in the Constitution, a lot of the people that signed that Constitution, Declaration of Independence, were founders, were ministers of God's Word. L-T. Double M like Mickey Mouse.
Al, where'd your father flee from? Where'd your family flee from?
My mother came from Romania. My dad was born in Bessarabia, which is Moldova. Bessarabia was between Russia and Romania. And we had to flee. I was born in Poland. under communism, we had to escape from there. Hunger, lost everything, etc. Hunger, yeah. It was horrific. People dying. I mean, people, when I came first to America, it reminded me of what my parents and friends told me, the wagon trains going west, the Oklahoma land rush, go west, young man. All the endured, the pioneers in America to make this country what it is. It has been forgotten and lost. We had to flee back then. The people would stop with a covered wagon, they'd stop, somebody would get off the wagon, they would carry a dead body, go lay it in the ditch, say their last words and
That
keep
was
going.
timber. It wasn't
They'd
here on the
flee.
side? That's
Next
timber.
few wagons later, another wagon would stop. Somebody would get off the wagon, and they would go down and get the clothes out that person's dead body, so bring it back. Somebody has something warm. That's what we're coming up to. We're moving into more and more. It's so sad. We need to stand up.
Your experience, your family's experience under the communist system that informs your passion on this issue?
My dad was a soldier way back when. They came at gunpoint and got him off the farm in Romania. And he was in Stalingrad. He was a prisoner of war over here. He saw that there was opportunity for his family, not for himself, but he was in his 50s when he immigrated after World War II. We were in East Germany. We had to escape. My mom had to escape with these kids. Yeah, so my drive is patriotism. My drive is not for me, it's for America. I'm in my sunset years, but I got a lot to go. I'm retired, but not tired. I'm still kicking. Not as high, but it's great. It's a great country. You need to respect it, appreciate it. Not poo-poo it constantly, not fight the good people. We need to fight for the right that we have. We fight the right that God has given all of us. Freedom of choice. Not put their shackles on people. The fear of the world is crazy. That's all it is. Just the world. But the only fear we should have is respect and awe from our Heavenly Father. Awe from us. So God is good. And you know what? He's still in control. He'll have the last word. And he's in the business of cleaning up, like he did with the Israelites, a short trip, 40 years, a whole generation, cleaning up and cleaning out. He is doing a lot of cleaning out. A lot. So God is good. God bless America. And God bless all the people that are here and more. For the silent majority, we're awakening. We have to go forth. We cannot sit back and let it happen. It's slipped too much down the slippery slope. We got to start pulling the people back up, awaken them, and the word has to get out, the true word, not all the lies that we read and hear. Amen. Amen. I don't know
Well said.
who you are.
Andrew Marcus. Working on a podcast. Very nice to meet you. Well said. Well said.
So you gotta you're either with them or against them, no matter what they call it right now.
Then all of a sudden, yes, that's what mine. I've got over 50.
Done by 9 o'clock. There's no need for the computerization. You know, we have enough precincts, and if we need more, we add more. There's people there. You know, once you have ballots that are absentee ballots or go into computers, it's questionable what can happen. And, you know, my parents came from a communist country. They came from Cuba. And they came before the revolution. This was the ambiance. of their country before they came here. Castro took over 10 years later. My parents saw this, where people were suppressed, people couldn't talk at work.
And it's bringing tears to people's faces, man. And people are just flooding in to be a part of what is going on in Wisconsin. It's something that's amazing, beautiful. This country, this government has a problem, and that's called we the people and freedom. Keep the fight for freedom alive. Looks like I'm next. I'm gonna go get my representation and go see if I'm gonna talk to this individual. Thank you.
And we're going to document old Brock being interrogated by the
And then, but there was a
Well, the idiot didn't tell me correctly. He didn't threaten to come to my house, asshole. Did he do the same thing to you? He did. All right.
Send me the link again, okay? Because you gotta remind me. I'm prepared for this.
You don't. He's gonna run the show. He's gonna ask you questions and you just answer.
Okay.
Brock said go live.
I am.
States.
Well, you could say yeah. I mean, it's up to you. But I would say yeah. I mean, it's up to you. It's your call.
Well, you want to come over?
Oh my gosh, I don't know if I like that, but I can't stop. All right, so I just have to ask you a few questions. And again, you're not in any trouble, and you don't have to answer the questions if you don't want to. But this is just basically surrounding your absentee ballot that was requested. That's all we need to know about.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure I got all the right information. Last name is Maddox, M-A-D-D-O-X.
Absolutely.
Okay, Brock.
Yep.
E is in Edward for a middle.
Eric. Yep.
But E is in Edward.
Yep.
Okay. Date of birth 9/4/40.
Nope.
What's your date?
9/4/80.
80. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know where I got that from.
40. Yeah. That's
like, man, wait a minute. All right, give me your address.
5421 Monroe Avenue.
What is it?
Monroe Avenue.
Monroe. M-O-N-R-O-E?
Yep.
Avenue. And where is that at?
Clover.
Clover. And can you give me your zip code?
54467.
And can you give me a phone number for you? Whatever public one you
I'll
want
write
to
it
have.
down.
Okay, cool. You mind telling me how you're employed?
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay, can you tell me how you know Mr. Wade? And if you don't want to answer any questions, that's fine.
He's a friend.
And how long has he been a friend?
Huh? Jim said.
What's that? How long has he been a friend of yours?
Over a year.
Okay, let's talk about the absentee ballot or the my vote request for absentee ballot process. Are you familiar with how that works?
Huh? Lay back?
I mean, I'm like, you know what? I mean, you can. No, yeah, I gotta talk to him.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, I don't know about this shit. Yeah,
I mean, yeah. I gave him permission. I'll tell you that. I gave him permission.
Is that where you want to end the interview?
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
You gave him permission. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. He's doing a good thing.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
You got one hell of a job.
Huh?
That was painless so far.
Yeah.
What? They already knew that information.
Yeah.
You don't. They want to hear you say it, and you don't need to do that.
I feel like a patriot, man. Let freedom ring. I mean, what else do you do? I mean, this is the fight we're at, right? Stand up for your rights.
Yes, we do.
And it's just a sad world when you got to be questioned for doing your duty to, you know, for your fellow patriots.
What did he ask you?
Oh, yes.
How many video you?
Oh, sure. Just my basic information, you know. And I told him I gave Harry permission to take my ballot. So I mean, it's time to stand up. It's time to take a stand, and it's time to be bold about it. Not be afraid. I'm not afraid. Harry ain't gonna sit a day in jail. I'm not gonna sit a day in jail. And this movement's just gonna grow bigger. They already had the information that I gave them. This is the Department of Justice. They know everywhere I live, my birthday. And obviously, this guy knew I wasn't born in 1940. My gosh, you know, I mean, I ain't gonna play their mind games. But I didn't give them no information they didn't know, except I did let him do that to my ballot. I gave him permission to take my ballot.
Could that put you in any jeopardy, do you think?
No.
So did you need him to show up at your house?
No, I'm not expecting them to show up in my house at all.
Why did you work with Harry to do this? Why was this important to you?
Well, I've been fighting for freedom for 2.5 years. I got off the couch 2.5 years ago. A situation with my son led me to dedicate my life back to God, and God led the way to where we helped launch over 300 patriot groups in the state of Wisconsin. Single greatest grassroots group effort in American history. I was not a political individual when I started this at all, so I was the perfect man to do it because I went down the middle, non-partisan, to figure out the problems. And I can tell you right now, the biggest problem we have in America is election integrity. Our elections do not matter. They don't count. Our vote does not matter anymore. Get off the couch and protect your country. Secure your freedoms for future generations. It's time to love one another and fulfill your duty to this country. Keep the fight for freedom alive.
Fight for one another's rights.
Thank you. Are we ready? Are we ready, team?
Let's
do it.
We're ready.
We're ready. Let's do it. Yeah, we got the Ellen, doesn't the DOJ have a Democrat to investigate? That's a good one, man. That's a good one. That's a good one. We do have a show tonight on the Ripon Rabbit Hole. So everybody, it's called the keyword tonight's Devolution, I believe.
Marv Munyon.
Marv Munyon.
And who else?
Marv, I think we got Harry and
Harry and Jim, maybe.
Harry and Jim
And Lenny.
Lenny Bolts, yep.
And Bob Glishinsky.
And Bob Glishinsky, AJ, myself. Yep. It's gonna be a good show.
Gonna be a good one.
A real good one. This will probably be the best one yet. You get better.
They're good every time.
And I just want to thank AJ. He's on streaming this live right now in Las Vegas. AJ. I want to thank Keeper of the Flame podcast out there in Humboldt County, California. PowerGirl representing. PowerGirl Productions.
PowerGirl.
Woo! All the way out in California. Supporting us there in Wisconsin. Thank you. And we're going to continue this fight. It's going to get bigger. Amazing. Concerning times that we're living through, but we're witnessing and living through a rebirth of a nation. And it's time to say no more. No more!
Enough is enough.
Turn around, I get a photo of your supporters.
Get in here, Abbott. Gather up, peeps.
I'm going to get a photo of you.
Wow, we'll make it look good.
Everybody get next to him.
So Casino Jay will visit us next.
Hey, we'll be over here supporting you as well.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Who you with?
I'm working with Jeremy Siegel and Gateway.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Okie dokie. Way to go.
Gateway pundit.
Gateway pundit?
Yeah.
I appreciate your work, man.
I didn't know.
Oh, no, that should have told me sooner.
Well, you know, and then all of a sudden,
I know you should have told me.
I didn't think it was what, we could just too low. Basically.
Well, oh, yeah.
And I didn't know that.
I'm gonna make him put it on his shirt.
You want to go back and try the clerk again?
Yeah, we will. You got to that?
Yeah.
They know everything. They just wanted to know if I really gave them permission.
They're looking because I think Harry's got a lot of runs.
I made sure to give the granddaddy what they were looking for, and that was they wanted to know if I gave them permission. Right.
Where you did.
The one on the left is Gateway Pundit. The other one I don't know. Like the hat, I don't know.
Cindy?
Hi.
Harry got 8?
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, I got a couple of them.
I can't right now.
Oh, good. I was like, oh my God, what time is it? We weren't in there very long. I was like, we're ready. Okay.
Oh, you guys can see the DOJ questioning me over here.
That was cool.
I graduated.
You're on the watch list for sure, no?
Well, I didn't know before. They got 20 vehicles a day.
They moved you up a little higher, no?
Oh yeah, they bumped me up. Said you wanted either that or come out to my
Oh, I
house.
love it.
He wouldn't have liked it if you'd have come out there. Where's Harry at?
And so he...
I wanted to tell that guy.
And so... He starts living us.
Gene and Giorgetti's for dinner in Chicago. Wasn't that the deal? I drove, so.
That's the best steakhouse in Chicago.
Yeah. Unless you got a place in Milwaukee we can go.
So
Where?
there is so we're doing a forced real estate deal. The casino, the Potawatomi.
I bet you're glad he's here too, right?
I
bet you're glad he's here
It's
too, right?
like the top rated Michelin
No kidding. At the Indian Casino.
Thomas Yes, I am. And I grew up in Michigan. Or Michigan. Well, my mailing address
know, what was it on Gateway?
The video that came out yesterday.
The video was done. Part two.
Who made that?
Guy AJ's in Vegas. He's an actual magician in Vegas. 600, actually, to be
What is it McCall's got to talk to?
But right now, I think she's gonna get her. Like she's gonna get data.
They keep Gateway playing on
That's what's cool. No, Joel Holt has got picked up. I emailed him. Thank God. You know.
So how many people are like part of hot government?
You know, we're probably a core of 50, and then there's about 600. Actually, to be honest with you, 622 to be exact on our email that are pretty much supporters, donors, and we call them supporters, not members. But you know, we grow. But we're not growing big enough. You know? A lot of people, once they find us, they come on board. But it's growing is our problem. We can't get in the, you know, our Telegram channel, and you know, you guys got a bigger platform. We don't, so we kind of, you know, whenever we get on Gateway,
The video that came out yesterday.
The video what? Part two.
Who made that?
Guy AJ's in Vegas. He's an actual magician in Vegas. He runs the Ripon Rabbit Hole. That's those shit. Yeah.
This is the guy that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've been feeding him information, and then I said, you know, I did a little video, and not as good as him. And he's got that radio.
Is that his voice?
Yeah. And no shit. Oh, and I got to be on his show. The Ripon Rabbit Hole is what it's called. He's from Ripon, Wisconsin originally. 25 years ago, he moved to Vegas. Just a great guy.
He runs the Ripon Rabbit Hole in Vegas.
Correct.
Does anyone there know what Ripon, Wisconsin is?
You probably know him a little better.
Rabbit Hole, is it a podcast?
Yeah, pretty much a podcast. He's on Rumble and.
How often is it?
Once a week.
Once a week.
Yeah, I think.
Every Friday, and he does other
1
shows.
hour, 6 hours.
It's
How long
about
is
an
it?
hour. The Freedom Flame Friday is about an hour, but he does other shows. I think a couple times a week.
Yeah. He's good, great guy, smart as hell. And you know, I said, "What are you doing it for?" He goes, "Hey, this guy's put his life on the line." He goes, "I gotta help him out." So I did, you know, and it's just the Wisconsin connection kind of helped. So it's cool, you know. But he does great video work, and he worked 2 weeks on that video to get it right and to show, you know, how those ballots are manipulated and utilized, and then.
Did you know before Harry did this that he was gonna do it?
You gotta know Harry. Harry will just, you know, I'm out at the fair. I'm the guy that filmed him doing it. You know, when he said another supporter came over. Yeah.
Anybody ever tell you you have a great voice?
Who?
You do.
Oh, I do?
You have a good deep baritone.
Oh, good. Well, good. Maybe
it's a good voice.
Maybe by the time I croak, I'll use it for something. You can just email on that hot. I get that all the time. Thanks. Want to do that. And my name's Jim. Anybody got a pen on you?
Yeah.
I don't have a pen.
No, I don't buy my car.
Say and spell your name.
Okay, it's Jim Spoddick, SPODICK. 262-930-5467. I'm the administrator, one of the administrators on the Telegram channel, Hot Wisconsin.
And what's your last name?
The one that got Jim and I together. That's all good.
I'll be able to see it. Feel it. I can feel it.
No, it's good. You guys do a great job. I like your work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for introducing yourself.
Oh, no problem. No, I saw you getting hassled, and I'm thinking, I know that game.
Well, I contacted her this morning. And
yeah, we could never get you in. They're already all
No, she said she would next time.
No, but in between now and then, she's going to Google Gateway Pundit, and you're not getting anywhere near that room.
No, because I got the audio of her telling me she would.
Yeah. So where are you guys at? Wisconsin? Or? Yeah, okay. That's cool.
We escaped.
Are you a writer?
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
She's
the one that makes things
God bless you guys.
You as well, man.
Thank you for coming and representing him.
We're gonna go over and have a bite and talk to Harry some more. So
we're the freedom fighters. Government freedom fighters, and
yeah, I love the signs. Those are great.
I'm with the freedom fighters. We support Harry. There's a few groups here.
Yeah, good. We're gonna figure it out.
We're going to dump them on their heads.
There you go. I said, what do you, he wanted an ad. I said, what do you advertise? And I said, how about free hugs from here? Or go shopping in
people
this
want to know
junkyard.
where they can send some money to you. Is there a fund for Harry?
Okay, so thank you for the offer, but please hold your funds in your pocket for right now. There are a lot of other causes that need to be forwarded, and so right now we are comfortable with where we're at with the litigation and the funds that we have. So thank you for your thoughts and your prayers, and find a better organization, maybe like Freedom Fighters, that could use some of that money too. So thank you for your consideration.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, you guys. That's Mr. Harry Wade himself.
Harry, we're going to Dewey's.
Dewey's? Okay.
Dewey's. I don't know where Dewey's is, and I'm alone.
So there you go.
I think it isn't it on.
We're going to Dewey's.
It's right off Main. It's off Main. It's like on the corner.
It's right on the corner. Yeah. Maybe not 6, but whatever this street is.
Whatever the one.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I just want to make sure. She doesn't care.
So tonight the rabbit hole? Okay.
I'll send you the reminder if you want.
Yeah, do it anyway if you can. I know you're going to be busy today, so you're driving back?
Yeah.
This is good stuff. You know, we're picking up that extra media and stuff. That's good. And we get AJ. I don't know how much AJ wants to get in the limelight, but I think we can throw him there. That video he did was brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Matter of fact, they already watched it.
You guys going to Dewey's?
I guess. The bar in Dewey's I built.
I drove 3.5 hours. I'm going to milk this thing.
Huh?
I figure after driving 3.5-4 hours, I'm going to milk this thing.
I heard they canceled the Adams team.
They did.
Oh.
He actually called me himself. But he was flagged as spam, so I didn't answer it. But then he left me a message, so I texted him back to let him know that he's being flagged as spam. And I checked into it. A lot of people didn't know. Here's your ability to be.
Yeah, I have Mark Munyon for today. Lenny from Langley County.
Oh, is he going to be on? Yeah, I'll bet you we had that. It was full, plus outside. I mean, I don't know what that court holds, but it was jammed. And then there was probably 15, 20 people outside.
We're going to go plug our meters and then go into Dewey's
Okay.
section there.
Okay. Yeah, there was probably... maybe there, but there was 14 on it. 14? Okay. Yeah. So that was a good crowd.
Good crowd.
You guys couldn't hear a thing, huh?
We couldn't hear nothing inside either.
Well, if there was a meeting for that to happen, it would have been this one, because there wasn't much that really went on in there.
Yeah, I think this attorney's got him a little bit spinning.
The judge?
Yeah, attorney here, yeah. He's getting sharp. He brought up shit that was like at lunch, and I was like, where did that come from? He goes, well, I already studied your case law, and I got this and this, and this is how we're going to do it. He goes, we're not going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about this, and then we're going to get it moved. I'm sure as hell it's exactly what happened.
They're fishing, man. They ain't got nothing. The best bet would be just to drop this case because what we have against them, what Mary is presenting and that coming forward, it's gonna make them look silly, I think.
Does Patrick know what we're going to do?
I've been hanging out with Harry.
You know what? If I had,
Yeah, I can join. Over to Dewey's, it's like 2 blocks
All right.
I can't stay that long. I got too much shit. My real life. Pretty great.
Are we gonna
Real
go?
life? What's that?
I told him he told the guy born on.
a dive.
Oh, that's right. You don't put a dive on.
I'm still out here, like, we've done almost 2
We're gonna make another attempt to go see this block across the street.
So it's close.
See if she ever came back from one.
We go out this building, and we have to get over to Main Street, which is 1 block east. So the other side of this building, you just go north. A block.
Where did you drive from again?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, just, well, I drove from Glendale, but I live in Lockship County.
Are you from now?
Here, this way.
But, well, I'm close to him, but there's nothing to do, right? I mean, I'm really torn right now, really torn.
Well, there's efforts going.
I mean, I'm not.
Because that place is really inside the
I would support that man every day of my life.
Oh, there's some.
Thank you.
I can't believe how chilly it is out here today.
Thank you.
You good? Those are your signs, I guess?
Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I've got it. Woo!
I'm good with that because actually they're also helping to bring public interest to what we do. And because of that, that actually gives me a lot of latitude in affirmative defense. So the fact that they're protesting me shows a great interest of what we do is public interest. All we're asking for is just fair and honest open elections. That's all we're asking for. And we can't ask for anything more than that. And we'll just move forward from there. Pardon?
You're making me nervous.
Yeah, I feel it. Back here.
No jack down.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I feel very confident. Based on another
have any other ones like this in different colors.
Jay?
Yeah, he got pretty mouthy over there. Ooh.
Oh yeah, outside. What's his last name? Jay Stone. He's with Hot Government.
Yeah.
I think this guy, maybe, I don't know what Mike Gableman made with it. I don't know. Just words.
I want your jacket to go along with my pants, my Carhartt pants.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. I got Carhartt shoots on. Oh, they come in black.
I know I keep going back to Fleet Farm to see if they have any other ones like this in different colors.
Amazon sells Carhartt.
I know. I've looked these up in my firearms.
Is that a Carhartt yet?
It's not. No.
Oh, of course.
My girlfriend just.
I can't see too many guys wearing.
All right, guys, hold on a second. So what do you think? Wow. Wow. Absolutely fantastic showing, and good to see the media there. Great interview. I'm not sure who that older gentleman was that was speaking, but he had some incredible points. Yvette, wow, girl, you got some great footage. Everybody showed up in a really, really big way. I'm incredibly impressed with these freedom fighters, guys. Unbelievable. So, little mention of AJ there and the Ripon Rabbit Hole. Look like the reporters are very intrigued by that story. I mean, these are some really dynamic people, guys. This is a story to follow. I agree. It's just going to continue to build momentum. I am going to do my best to try to really acquaint myself with these people here. There's such a rich history, and this is why Brock and I both agree that AJ is such a treasure, because as I'm finding more and more as I listen to him and speak to him, he has such an understanding of the history there in the region, and his story is so unique, so truly, and then Brock just has this incredible energy. And he definitely is a born leader. I mean, these people are made for such a time as this. So I am just excited to be able to participate and to watch what's going on and to be inspired by the stories. And so impressed and heartened. I can tell you this, it warms the cockles of my heart to see Central Wisconsin stand up for Harry in this way. I cannot tell you, I did not get that support in California. I got the opposite. I got a horror story instead. And I didn't even, so anyway, it is just incredible to see the support that Harry's getting right now. It really is. And I feel like they are definitely keeping the freedom flame burning. And I just want to do everything I can to build the fuel and to continue to, raise the pressure on these corrupt politicians that think that they can just steal a country. Who was it? It was actually Harry's lawyer that made a very good point. This is a national issue. This is why he came in from Michigan. So so that's what happened at the courtroom today. If you didn't already hear, Harry's court date has been extended for 2 weeks so that he can get to know his lawyer, so that his lawyer can get to know the case. His lawyer sounds very competent. He comes from the Thomas More Society. There was a shout out for funding, Brock asked Harry if he was requesting any funding and if they could fund him in any way. And actually, this was I had to pick my jaw up off the floor when he did this. Actually, Harry said, we don't need any funding. We're good right now. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that before. That is, guys, what's happening in central Wisconsin is groundbreaking. It is groundbreaking. The fact that we are getting this case, that we're getting the attention that we're getting, the story, the characters, the way it's unfolding, the fact that it keeps, one of the gentlemen made a point that, every time these court dates get pushed back, it just allows us to build more momentum. And that is really what I would encourage you to do. Share this video as much as possible. We need to get the word out. As another gentleman pointed out, I think it was Brock that actually said it's the media barrier that is our biggest hurdle. AJ has been working tirelessly. I can tell you that the work that he does, even though he makes it look easy, makes it look like sleight of hand, it is tireless work. It is hours and hours and hours of video production the way he does it. His work is flawless. I really would encourage you that he's got some really powerful videos, and I would encourage you to go over there to the Ripon Rabbit Hole. I've already got the link, and I'm going to be linking in once I've wrapped up this video, because we're going to do that shortly. Once I've wrapped up this live presentation, I think that's the court date, right? We're going to talk about it a little bit more, but that's pretty much what happened. Once I've wrapped up this live broadcast, I'm going to hop over to the Ripon Rabbit Hole on Rumble. I'm personally going to watch it on Rumble, and I would really encourage you to do that as well. I'm going to provide a link in the description. I'm not going to broadcast it here because they're going to go on in 4.5 hours, and that's a lot of time to keep you guys busy. I'm going to let you guys go and do your thing, and I'm going to really, really pray and encourage you to go check out the Ripon Rabbit Hole on Rumble. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to tie both in. I'm going to tie in the Ripon Rabbit Hole, the direct website, and I'm also going to tie in the Rumble if I can find it, because the one I have is the website. I like to go directly to the rabbit hole myself to watch it that way. So I'm going to link that into the description. I would definitely encourage you to go check out his work and support his work, because he is spending, countless hours, and he's been doing it. God knows how long AJ's been doing this. I don't even know, but I know that he's got quite a story. Just himself, and AJ is representing Ripon, Wisconsin, while Brock is representing his area, which I'm sorry, forgive me if I know it's right on the top of my head, but I'm forgetting it right now. And Harry is representing Racine. So yeah, I just can't remember where Brock is from. But anyway, it's just really, really powerful. These are very strong men and very formidable men, and they're doing amazing things. So I'm just really excited to be a part of it and to see it and to bring it to you, my small little audience, because we are really on the cutting edge of the story. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we had the total backstage pass. We were totally VIP, guys. And that's just how I roll. That's how PowerGirl rolls. I've been doing this for a very long time. This isn't my first rodeo. I used to hang out at the dungeon in the Warfield and with my friends that were my dear friends that were stagehands, and I did that as often as I possibly could. Not all the time, because I was a working mama, I didn't have a whole bunch of time. But when I could, it was a whole lot of fun. And that's what it felt like. It felt like being in a small club like the Omni in Oakland, and being a part of this growing movement. And it's I feel quite honored. To be a part of this. So I'm just going to bring it to you as much as I possibly can. And the court date is postponed for 2 weeks, so we're going to have a whole new Freedom Flame Friday, and this next upcoming Freedom Flame Friday, not in 2 weeks, not the next one. I'm sorry, not the next one, but the one after that is the 21st. That is when the court date is rescheduled, and I believe it's for 1:30 Wisconsin time. I believe that will be 11:30 California time. So we will be doing the same thing. Hopefully maybe by then we'll be even able to bring Brock in as a guest. So I'm going to work really hard in getting that done. This time, I think it was actually a technology issue and not an operator issue. So we'll see. It just depends on whether I can get that done. But how I was having a login issue with Streamlabs, and I think it's Streamlabs. I don't think it's PowerGirl. So, but we'll see. We're going to keep trying, and that gives us 2 weeks. It gives Streamlabs 2 weeks to get their thing together. And if not, we'll just do it this way because we're going to roll with it. That's how we do it. Then utilities, we're all about the bush fix. So, we're going to just roll with whatever we got. I want to put a shout out to Yvette. You did an amazing job getting Yvette DeFrank. You did an amazing job at getting some amazing footage and great interviews. And you were right there, with the newscaster, with the news media, and I'm very interested to see if this gets spun, if it gets edited, because some of these freedom fighters were speaking and saying some really, really powerful things. So I'm going to do the best I can to see if I can't collect that information from those broadcasting. That's one of the things I like to do, that PowerGirl does in the field. So hopefully I can actually double back and see if I can get that information, because I'm really curious to see if they do spin the story, because that's a really important piece of the story. And one of the freedom fighters was mentioning that Brock, I'm sorry, that the media is our biggest barrier. And this is my biggest reason for once it got to the level that it did with COVID, I'm sorry guys, but that was when things got really crazy. And Brock feels the same way. That was the moment he got off the couch. I was already long off the couch. Actually, I was on the floor trying to recover from that situation. And then of course not getting anywhere because nobody wanted to work during COVID. So everybody was working from home. And not only that, I was fighting a corrupt system, facing systematic abuse. So again, that's me. We're talking about Brock, and what Brock was just saying was that. Oh, now I forgot. I do that all the time, guys. Sorry. I distract myself. But anyway, like I said, I just want to put a shout out to Yvette because you got some really amazing footage, and and we got some really good stuff. So hopefully we might just do it the same way again. But anyway, that is pretty much it for today, guys. I'm going to wrap it up. It's been a long week trying to get this done, and I'm going to consider this a huge win. We got some great footage, and I want to encourage you again to head over to the Ripon Rabbit Hole to explore the subject of devolution. I'm definitely going to be listening tonight because I'm very interested in the subject of devolution. I've seen some interesting conversations on social media around it, and I don't know how I feel about it. I stay way, way, way up in the clouds because I don't know. I have trust issues, and I just keep my belief suspended. So that's just me. We'll see what happens, but it is really, really interesting to see what these people are doing, and just how powerful a movement this is. And if I can do anything at all to help turn up the heat on these corrupt politicians, I am all about that. I am all about praising and raising freedom fighters, people that are out there standing up, because just like Brock said, it is time to stand up. It is time to stand up for the country. This is getting really, really alarming. This is just, alarming amounts of fraud. And if you don't see it, it's because you're not looking. And the country, just like the older gentleman was saying in the beginning of Yvette's stream, the country is slipping away. We are losing what we had. And once we lose it, we actually, in my opinion, guys, because I'm brass tacks, I'm going to tell you right now, we've already lost it. Because without free and fair elections, without honest elections, we are a third world country. I've said this before on the podcast. I will say it again on the podcast. Without free and fair elections, we are a third world country. That is a fact. It is not my opinion. It is a fact. And we are there. So if we don't fix this, and this isn't about fixing 2020, because this has been going on. You've heard me say before in this podcast, especially in California, this has been going on for a very, very long time. It's just now being exposed. That's basically what the last POTUS did, was he drained the swamp. And now you can see the swamp creatures. If you're looking, you have to be looking. If you're not looking, you're part of the problem. I hate to be the person to tell you that, but it's the truth. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because it's an all hands on deck moment, and we need everybody. We need your talent. We need your spark. We need your love. We need your passion. We need your empathy. We need your unity. This is what we need. A house divided against itself cannot prosper, and we are so far from cannot prosper. We are so far down the slope, but we're not too far down the slope. There are people that are fighting very, very hard for what we're taking for granted right now, and these are the people that I'm trying to broadcast. These are the people that I'm trying to highlight. And what's happening in central Wisconsin right now is incredible. So I just feel really, really honored to be a part of it. And again, I would encourage you to hop on over to the Ripon Rabbit Hole, because guys, these people are just, I mean, riveting conversations, amazing ideas. AJ is the host of all hosts. So please come join me tonight at 7 o'clock Pacific time in the Ripon Rabbit Hole. I'm going to link it into the description as soon as I wrap up this video. All right, guys, have a great, great Friday. Thank you so much. If you're still here, if you're watching afterward, I'm getting there. I'm really getting there. So I thank you for your patience. And if like, share, subscribe, let's get the algorithms going. There's shadow banning PowerGirl, of course, on YouTube. But, and like I said, I am expanding out to, I'm going to be expanding out to Rumble. I think I'm going to probably be releasing whatever I do live. I'm going to download and release on Rumble and BitChute as well. So I'm not going to even worry about trying to go live on Rumble and BitChute. I'm going to continue to go live on YouTube, because that's what I can do in Streamlabs. So I have to do what's expedient and, facilitating me, because I'm an amateur. So I'm not a media wizard like somebody I know. So anyway, so that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do the best I can to continue to broadcast out and expand as much as possible, just so that we can get the word out, because unfortunately the truth is under attack. It's so under attack. It's been under attack for so long, but it's getting really, really bad. And so everybody needs to do what they can possibly do. So even if all you can do is share this video, share the video. If all you can do is have a conversation with one of your neighbors, do that. If all you can do is pray, please, actually, that's the most important thing you can do. That's what this country needs more than anything. We need to lift our hearts and our minds and our hands up in prayer, because he's the only thing that can pull us out of this, guys. It's getting really dark out there. So that's my solution. I'm sticking to it. And if you like what I'm talking about, stick around, because we're going to talk about so much more. If you even knew this bag of tricks that I have for you, if you even knew. So, again, happy Friday, and thank you for sticking around. And I am going to get this live thing down. We might actually go live once a week. I like a live at 5. I like the idea of live at 5, and I kind of like the idea of a Friday live at 5, because it's right before the Ripon Rabbit Hole, and I can keep dragging you over to the Ripon Rabbit Hole afterwards. I mean, I'm keeper of the flame after all, right? We can light that freedom flame for the Ripon Rabbit Hole on Freedom Flame Fridays, and we'll get that going. We'll just light that pilot light right before and get that burner nice and warm for AJ so he can bring it home. All right, because he's the closer of all closers. Let me tell you, this guy, he's gonna take us home. Watch it, guys. So anyway, have a great night. Thank you, Brock. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, all the other players that I'm not naming. Thank you for the Thomas More Society for stepping up. For Harry, thank you, Harry. Harry, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for stepping up, for doing this wild thing, for putting yourself at risk in this way, for getting this story out. You are doing something. It's happening. I saw it in that waiting room. I saw it in the eyes of the reporters. Some of them were maybe even a little nervous. I saw it. And the other ones were captivated. So you guys are doing it. You're really nailing it. So keep it up. Thank you so much for your service, and happy Friday. Enjoy your evening. I hope you guys had a wonderful, meal afterwards. And guys, again, if you're anywhere near Racine, Wisconsin in 2 weeks, I'm going to continue to remind you of this. In 2 weeks, we are going to do this all over again, this time with a juiced up lawyer. He's going to be all ready to go. He's going to have everything he needs. And we're just going to pray and pray and pray. And we're going to support, and we're going to get the word out. And we're going to pray for an honest judge. We're going to hope that we get a judge that actually understands the historical moment that we're in. Because this veil needs to rip wide open. This curtain needs to be exposed. We can't continue to live in this cognitive dissonance anymore, where we don't realize that Rome is burning. Rome is burning. But if we wake up and if we apply ourselves, I think we can still save this thing. This is America, after all. This is what we are known for. The rest of the world is crying out to us. I'm telling you what they're doing. If you don't already know this, what they're doing to the people in New Zealand, in Australia, in Canada. We do not want to be China. Oh, guys, we do not want this. We do not want this. And I haven't been able to get an update because I've been working on this technology thing, but I'm telling you, I've got some great stories for you, Bubbling, and I'm going to do the best I can to get an update for you as soon as possible. But trying to keep up with these Central Wisconsin Patriots in this exciting story, because I'm praying that this is a groundbreaking moment, because we've got to get past this barrier. This is a true grassroots movement. This isn't AstroTurf, guys. This is a true grassroots movement, and this is what we are founded on. This is what America has always been about, the American spirit. Just one spark. That's all we need, just one spark. So, all right, guys, I hope I'm going to get off my soapbox. All right, you guys have a great Friday. Take it easy. Chill. Sun goes down. It's going to be Sabbath. Get some rest. Don't go out there and get crazy on Saturday, guys. You just, you got to rest. You got to give it a rest. All right, man. And a happy early Sabbath, and thank you again for hanging out. I really appreciate it, and we're going to do this a whole lot more. All right, TGIF. Have a good one, guys.